Backed by popular demand, the king has returned to a new chat stream on Armando Vargas Live.
My name.
When we think dinosaurs, we tend to think of the animal
Armando, fix that icon, man. It's going crazy, making all kind of weird noise. I had to mute you. Don't cry like a baby and snipe me because I muted you, by the way. Thank you.
It's unknown, you just run the automation. Now, the writings on the wall. It's unknown, you just run the automation. It's unnecessary, you just rush that automation. Writings on the wall. It's unnecessary, you just rush that
Hey, Armando, do you like shuffle dancing? I've seen some pretty cool shuffle dancing videos. I think they're awesome. Wah, Armando should have done something about this long ago for the 10,000th time in the chat room. Everybody else is being a dick but me. Wah. I'm going to project all day and talk about the trolls while I be an asshole and get relegated to the child's room again. Wah.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
So why the fuck you be talking shit?
Why are you talking like that? What kind of
Because I
language is
can,
that?
you fucking bitch. You think you can call me a fucking bitch and talk shit on the fucking chat?
Oh man, you sound disgusting when you talk
I don't give a
like that.
fuck what you think I sound like, you fucking bitch. You fucking faggot.
That's just nasty how you
I don't give a
talk.
fuck.
Man. That's
What,
not.
you
That's
dislike
so.
me because I believe in God? You dislike me because I
That's
believe
so unladylike.
because I love
That's,
God? You think you can
no.
talk shit to me?
Listen, you talk shit to me. I didn't talk
Fuck
shit to
you.
you. Wow.
Fuck you.
Fuck
That's
you
what I do.
too.
Fuck you.
Fuck you too. Fuck you too. Fuck you too. Okay. That's not how you're supposed to talk. Ladies, not supposed to
you,
talk like
Joy.
that.
You're a disgusting little piece of shit.
Wow, that's some nasty language you got there, girl.
I hope your fucking wife wakes up and she fucking sees you talking shit and fucking sees you talking shit to all these little girls on here, all these little whores. I hope she fucking catches your ass. Fucking nasty ass.
What little girls? What are you talking about? Are you a little girl?
You're a fucking man whore. That's what you are. And you fucking disgust me. You're just gross.
Your husband is gross. Okay, he's gross. He's just nasty. Nasty redneck white trash.
No, that's you, you little bitch.
You sound like you're from the fucking hood.
I don't give a fuck what you think. How about that? You
I'm
sound
just-
like a fucking wannabe nigger. That's what you sound like.
Wanna be a nigger? Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Armando, did you hear what she said?
Oh my goodness. Oh my
She
goodness.
said nigger.
Did you hear her? Oh my goodness, I'm a little bitch. Oh my goodness.
You know what? I can't fight with you right now because I don't want to wake my wife
Yeah,
up.
because you're a fucking bitch. That's why.
What do you mean I'm a bitch? Maybe I'm a pussy.
Yeah,
whipping,
you're a
but
bitch, fool. You're a fucking bitch. You're a fucking mangina. That's what you are.
if that's what you think, that's what you think. But
No,
I
that's
know
what
I'm
you
not.
are.
How do
Yeah,
you know?
you are.
Let's meet up and I'll show you. Ask your husband that I'll be gentlemanlike. I'll treat you as a lady if you just talk nicely. Don't talk like that.
Fuck you.
That's so nasty. That language just doesn't make you look nice. It just
I don't
changes.
give a fuck.
It changes
You're a fucking
perspective.
faggot.
Whatever, man. I you can call me whatever, but I know what I am. I like
Yeah, you're a fucking faggot.
pussy. That's what I like. I love pussy, and I'm not a man whore.
You know, you like dicks up your fucking ass and in your
Am I-
mouth.
And why would you
That's
say
what you
that?
like. You're a fucking bitch.
Why would you say that I'm a man whore? I never cheated on my wife.
Sure
Never,
you haven't.
not once. Not
Sure you
once.
haven't. Sure you
Not-
haven't. You're a fucking lying ass bitch.
Not once.
You're a fucking faggot.
Not once since we've
Shut
been
the fuck
together.
up, you fucking faggot.
That is, man, I just get goosebumps all over the language you're using. It's just horrible. Horrible. Did your husband teach you that? He talks, well, no, he doesn't talk like that. He talks more like a redneck piece of trash. Yeah. But where are you from originally? Where did he pick you up? Yes, Nia. Hello. Hello. What? Hello. Yes.
Because he doesn't want to wake his wife up. That's why he's whispering. He's a little bitch. That's why.
Is your husband behind you telling you what you're gonna tell me?
No, you stupid fuck.
Oh, I know why you're saying like this. You just want to look good in front of your husband, like, oh yeah, this Joey is a fucking idiot. Look, hubby, I hate him so much. Is that what you're trying to do? Yeah, that's what you're
You're a
trying to
fucking fag, you know that?
do. I'm right.
You're just a mangina.
It-
you're just like LaSurge.
That's not true.
A big old bitch.
That's not true. I love
Yeah,
the
you are, bitch.
Surge, and we just the Surge and I disagree a
Because
lot.
he's scared of waking up his wife.
He's scared of waking his wife up?
Yeah,
What
yeah.
a pussy.
I'm not a pussy, man. I have respect for her.
Yeah.
All he needs is wife's permission to get on, huh?
Yeah.
Mhm. You know what? I've been with my wife for fucking 22 years, dude.
Shut up, bitch.
So
Nobody believes you.
why wouldn't you believe me that? No, okay, all right. I'm gonna tell you right now. Like 30% that I say, it's a lie, okay, and 70% is the truth. So it's it's your decision. What do you think is true and what's not true? But I do.
I think you're a bitch. That's what I think.
Bitch. That just that's just not nice to call.
Obviously not this one.
What do you say? What do you say? What do you say? I didn't
That you're
hear.
a bitch.
No. What did he say? He said something.
That your wife wears the pants in the family. That you're a bitch. That's what he said.
No. You know what? She wears them if I want her to wear them. But you see, I have respect for my wife. That and I know how to.
If you had respect for your wife, you wouldn't be on here fucking flirting and talking nasty to all these little fucking bitches on here. Yeah,
Listen,
you wouldn't have to be whispering on the fucking phone,
I don't want to wake her up, man. What
hiding
the
from
fuck?
your wife.
I
That's
don't
not
know.
respect, you fucking dumbass.
Listen, you've been flirting all over the
No,
fucking.
fuck you. I haven't been flirting with nobody, you
Yes,
stupid
you were.
bitch.
No, that's why now you're tough because you've been having fights
Fuck
with
you.
your husband. That's why you're trying to, get it all out of me. No, you're not because you've been flirting everywhere. Everywhere I've seen you.
That's why I talk real low, because my wife is sleeping and I'm scared to wake her up.
Yes,
Because if she
exactly.
wakes up,
I don't want to wake
yes,
her up.
exactly.
Yeah, because
I'm a
she
big old
has
pussy.
because she
My
has a
name's
problem.
Joy, and I'm a big old bitch, and I gotta hide this shit from my wife, or she'll wake up and hang me from my nuts.
Anyways, I didn't want to talk to you, Matt. I'm talking to Yasmin. How do you pronounce your name? Yasmin. Is it Yasnia or Jasnia or what is it? Yasnia? Yasnia. Senia.
I know how to say your name.
What is it?
Faggot.
That's my real name is Dennis, okay? Just so you know, it's Dennis.
Faggot?
Your husband is a faggot,
Faggot?
okay? Your husband is a
faggot.
faggot.
I got it, faggot.
Your husband is a faggot.
Your name's
He's
faggot.
a douche. He's a douchebag,
Thank you, faggot.
smelly, old, dirty
Thanks for clearing that
fucking
up, faggot.
faggot. Well, you know how to do this, don't you? Because I know you've been having fights with Matt, and now you're trying to like fix it, So
All he does is troll women on the internet all day, huh?
Yeah,
What a
basically.
fucking loser.
yes, sure, I'm a loser. Yes. You're just such a big shot, Matt. You and your wife. Yes, both of you.
He trolls women on the internet all day and hides from his wife.
That's his password.
That's funny.
What's funny? You know what? Funny is the one that believes in a Santa Claus. The grown ass people believing in a Santa
Shut up,
Claus.
faggot.
That's funny. Okay.
Keep listening, faggot.
And yes, Nia, that's like really not ladylike
What's
to
it
talk.
like to have to hide stuff from your wife like that? That's pretty sad.
Okay, it's just it's just unladylike to talk like that. I'm just telling you that. And don't call me man whore because I'm not man whore. I never cheated on my wife, not once.
You're a bitch though for getting online and talking shit to women all day. What the fuck do you do? Just get online all day or what?
I don't do nothing, man. Okay.
You obviously don't do nothing.
Yeah, I'm in pension already.
Yeah, good for you.
It is good for me.
Good for you.
Well, it is. I know it's good for me. Trust me. I wake up anytime I want to wake up. I go to bed anytime I want to go to bed. Uh, we live really nice, so it's pretty good. Okay, so is that it, Yasnia? Is that all you want to tell me? That I'm a faggot and bitch? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, is that all? Is that all you wanted to tell me? That I'm a faggot and a bitch?
Yeah, are you fucking done?
Okay, why don't you take a book and read some instead of,
How about you
study
stop being a
some.
fucking faggot and stop talking shit on the fucking chat? If you got something to say to me, just fucking say it. If you're gonna be a little bitch, then
Talk
I'm gonna
like
call
that.
you out and I'm gonna call you a fucking bitch.
Listen, you sound so nasty when you talk like that. Like so unattractive.
I don't give a
This.
fuck.
Well, you should, man. You should. Don't you think that we
You're a
have
fucking
this?
faggot. Why the fuck
Listen,
should I give a fuck about what you think about me?
listen. It's not what
Fucking
I think
faggot.
about you. Okay, it's what all of us think about you. And the thing is, there's, like I said the other day, there's about 20 or 30 of us here in this chat.
Is there
And
somebody else on the panel or is it just you?
no, there's Richard and Buddy. Buddy? Richard? All right, whatever. But anyways, that's what I was going to tell you. Because we've been here for months now already, like for a while. You and what's his name, Matt. You just came to this chat, and obviously we're becoming friends here, and we're sharing stuff,
Nigga, I
and
wanna be
we
your
do
friend.
have. Don't call me like that, nigger. That's just so nasty. But
Nigga,
anyways,
nigga,
you don't
nigga,
have.
do you think I give a fuck? No,
You know,
I don't give a
oh, you know
fuck.
what? Now I know.
You
Now I
don't
know.
like how I fucking talk to you, then don't fucking talk to me.
Listen, now I know actually what happened. He picked you up from the hood. You're actually from the hood. You were born in the hood.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yes, yes. The language that you're using right now, you wouldn't be able to talk like this if you weren't born in the hood. Actually, you're from the hood. Yep. Yep.
And you're a fucking faggot.
Well, you're from the hood, and then that white trash redneck of yours picked you up. So
Let me guess where you're
so
from.
it's a good listen. It's a
I
good
bet
catch.
you had
It's a good
a
catch
gay
for you
mother.
and good catch for him. That's funny. And tell Matt that I'm sorry that actually I was wrong when I said that you're 30 times better
Such a
looking than
faggot.
him. And you know what? You're not. You guys are actually right about there. Same for each other. I was just trying to hurt his feelings, but tell him that I was just fucking with him. That he's actually just as good looking as you are. There you go.
So is this just a way of getting attention? Is this just what you do?
What do you mean?
You just talk shit to people and then you piss them off to get them on the panel just to get their attention. Is this just what you do?
I rarely talk on the panel, and that's not true. And I do have fights sometimes, but most of the time it's just arguments. And I really don't hate anybody here. Obviously, I said many times that I pretty much love everyone here. Even after we fight, we have, like for example, Buddy and I, we fight, but in few hours, it'd be like nothing happened. I still love him the same. Same thing with Armando. Me and him would tell each other all kinds of shit, but then, the day after, it would be like nothing happened. And that's the way it's supposed to be. That's how friends do it. They can have fights and say all kinds of mean things to each other, but then afterwards, it should be life as normal. So, but yeah, that you hate me because I love Lesurge. Lesurge, I know he goes overboard, but I do agree with Lesurge about 85% in what he says.
Why? Why would I hate you because you like Surge?
Well, because you do hate him so much that you don't want nobody else to, like him. You want everybody to hate him, and I don't.
Fucking delusional.
He's no, actually, see,
Yeah,
that's what
fucking delusional.
Serge and I we've been talking about delusion. That you religious people are delusional. Whoever believes in Santa Claus should be put in a mental institution.
I don't even do Christmas, but okay.
I see. I celebrate
Point
Christmas.
my point is, I don't give a
I
fuck who
celebrate.
likes Surge and who doesn't like Surge. Why the fuck should I care about that? My world does not revolve on who likes Surge.
Did you get on me because I was telling you to study?
Are you fucking stupid? Really?
So what happened? No, you listen. I told you before. If you don't want me to joke with you the way I joke with you, just tell me to stop and I will. But you said no, it's cool. I can handle it because I told you I was sarcastic. Because of course I am sarcastic. But then suddenly, a few days ago, you just went cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I don't know why, but I'm assuming that was the reason. It's the religion. We always go back to religion.
I think it was because you started calling me stupid.
Well,
and I started talking about God, and you started
yes,
talking
that you know
shit
what?
about me.
Honestly, it just for a grown
Fucking
person
dumbass.
to say stuff like that, it's just like it's so self-degrading. Yes, yeah. It's just not cool because you do sound stupid when you say things like that.
I don't give a fuck. You sound like a fucking faggot all the time, but you don't see me calling you a faggot all the fucking time on Chat Dubai. No.
Well, you know what?
Now,
You
I'm gonna
called
call
me
you a fucking
faggot so
faggot
many
later, and
times.
I'm
I
fucking
think that will
every
be
time
enough
I
for
see you
like
on
3 years.
I'm gonna call you a fucking faggot.
That's not nice. That's not
I don't
nice.
give a fuck.
And I'm just trying to be nice, and I'm not gonna be nice if you continue doing this. Then I'm gonna fight with you all the time. And what's his name? That redneck of yours, Matt.
I don't give a fuck. Bring it, bitch.
Why you talk
wanna
like
be
that?
your
That's so
friend?
nasty, man. We
I don't
don't
give a
have to.
fuck.
We don't have to be
You
friends. We
think I
don't have to
care?
be
You think
friends,
I
but
care
we can
about your
be.
fucking
We
friendship?
can listen. We can be associates. We don't have to be friends. But like I said, we can be associates. Why not? We're in this chat, like I said, and pretty much everybody knows each other. And actually, there's most of these people I know for over a year and a half. So,
And why do I care?
well, I don't know, Yasnia. You're not a fucking little child, so that's what I'm telling you.
I don't give a fuck. Do you control their minds? Do you speak for them?
No,
Speak for everybody in
this is a
chat?
conversation. That's how people call this. A conversation between two grown people is the thing that you and I are doing right now. Is we're just talking, and it's called conversation. And anyways, I don't want to whisper anymore. And yeah, tell your husband that he's just as good looking as you are. Yep. Did you tell him that? Hello? Can you tell him that, please? Or you don't want to tell him that? Oh my goodness, you don't want to fucking tell him that.
Nah, I ain't gotta say shit, bitch.
Matt, can you hear me? Oh, well, I'll tell him. I'll tell him. I'll tell him next time when I see him. Okay, all right, Yasnia. I'll see you. I'll see you later on. Bye, baby.
Hey, Joy, Go get your wife and bring her here. I want to talk to her a minute. Joy, I'm going to try to be. What the fuck? She's okay, but just get her and let me talk to her a minute. You've talked to Crystal, man. Let me talk to her. I'll talk to her real quiet if she's not a good and awake yet, okay?
Yeah, sorry about that.
You did good.
I got really irritated.
Hey, Joy, come back up on the panel and just wake your wife up for just a minute. I want to talk to her. Joy, come back up on the panel real quick. Good job, girl.
Thank you. Matthew said what's up.
You are very welcome.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, man,
Buddy,
what's
you there?
up? Yeah, man, what's up?
Hey, that dude's been trolling my wife all day, huh?
It's probably more than just today. I've watched it quite a lot. Hey, man, just so you know, you'd be surprised at the stuff that's been said to Crystal, man. I just let her handle it, and but yeah, it's interesting to see somebody that does that when they can't even let their old lady know that they're on the internet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, yeah, and it's a trip too. I don't understand either because I get on here and you guys see that when I interact with women on here, I don't talk shit to women.
Right.
I don't disrespect them. I don't call them names. I'll do none of that stuff because I just have a general respect for women. And I trip out on these. I trip out on these guys who get on here and start. That's why I went after LaSurge the way I did because just the way he treated women.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Joy's kind of the same way, dude. I just don't have any tolerance for that.
I know. I mean, if he's going to do that, then surely he can get his wife on here too, so we can talk to her, right?
Yeah, that's right. But he's over there whispering because he's obviously he ain't even supposed to be on, I guess.
At the door first, didn't you hear that?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll joke and kid around. Well, okay, so I've like known Petra, Athena, and all these girls. I'll kid around with them, but that's it. Then I stop. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And nothing that I wouldn't do with Crystal right here or whatever. And she's usually on here actually when I'm doing it. It's just I've known them a while, but when it gets to the hardcore stuff like that, man, I can't. In other words, I just think you shouldn't do it.
Yeah, no, yeah, I agree. I'm the same way, dude. I don't think, whether I don't care if it's real life or on the internet or whatever, man. I don't think, men should be disrespecting women like that and calling them names and carrying on, and harassing them. I just think it's wrong.
Well, I mean, if you open up the can of worms, you ought to be able to take it. In other words, I don't know, man, the way I guess I went through a phase of my life where I couldn't care what anybody did, but I'm in a phase of my life now to where if you're going to come on here with the same people that's here every day and do something like that, you know what I mean? Bring your wife on here too. Let's talk to her.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, shit, me and my wife, we've been coming on here for, I don't know, a couple months now. And I'm starting to enjoy coming on here and listening to you guys when I get off work. It kind of, I feel like I'm starting to get to know some of you guys and I actually enjoy doing this. But it seems like some people just like to get on here and just kind of disrupt the whole thing and harass people all day.
I know, man. It's, sometimes it's funny and everything, but, it just, oh, well, I'm sure it's entertainment, in some ways, but the way I feel about any guy that actually, in other words, if you're doing it on a serious note, then I think you ought to be man enough to bring, in other words, Joy should bring his wife to the mic too, and then let us talk to her a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I hear you.
I mean, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and let's see how he likes his wife being talked to like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he would talk to other men's wives like that, but I doubt he talked to his wife like that.
Well, he really. I mean, I've watched him do this for a long time, and girls have gotten really upset with. I mean, I understand, but I don't know, man. The way I see it is, Joey should bring his wife on here and let me ask her how she tastes from one day to the next. If she likes to get fucked by different men while he watches, stuff like that. Understand what he's doing.
Yeah. Well, I think he understands what he's doing. I think he's just a prick. And I think he's a pussy. And from the way I look at it is I think that he gets online and acts like that online because in reality, in real life, he's probably a pussy. And he ain't going around talking to nobody's wives like that in real life.
Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. I'll have the house clean when you get home, ma'am.
Yeah, exactly. And I figure dudes like me and you and Armando and a lot of these other guys that come on here, I figure, we're pretty steady. I mean, the way I talk to you guys on here is the way I talk to my coworkers at work.
Right. Absolutely. You know what, man? That's kind of the way I live my life too. Now, don't get me wrong. I look at this place like a bar, and you can joke and kid, but you shouldn't be serious when you say those types of things to someone. And in other words, especially if you know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I just don't go there. That's just me.
Yeah,
it'd be different
exactly.
if you were trolling the internet, jumping in and out of rooms. But I mean, when you come around the same people every day, I'll just say it like this: I don't want to be known for doing that. I joke and kid a lot, but when it comes to something serious, I can't do it, man.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, and I don't believe in disrespecting women, whether it's my wife or a stranger or my mom, or it doesn't matter. I just don't believe in disrespecting women. Period.
Man, I've had to sit here and watch people, whether they know or not. I've had to sit here and watch people say, "Fuck your cunt whore wife," and all that stuff. And I've kind of got numb to it. She holds her own on however she wants to handle that. I kind of don't even look at it much anymore. Here we go. Oh. Let me unhide you, Joey. This ought to be good, man. Oh, hold on a minute, man. Let me unhide you. Talk to me, Paul.
Well,
just to tell you that, buddy, we're through. You and I got nothing to talk to you about anymore.
Let me talk to you.
Fuck you, man. You got nothing to talk to me about anymore. This bullshit that you just said.
You carry that shit too far. Let me talk to your wife.
Okay, and plus the other thing, Matt, Yasnia, okay, I told her I was being sarcastic, and she went along. She said, "No, I don't have a problem with you joking around with me like that." She went along all the way until I told her the other day that she should study some about the religion, that she looks stupid when she says that. And then she went cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. But all my joking and aside, my sexual jokes and all that bullshit, she went along with it. Okay? And buddy, I never said a fucking word to Chris.
Fuck you, okay? Joy. I don't go along with that fucking sexual joking shit. I've never fucking joked around with nobody like that, you fucking faggot. Fuck you.
So that's what happened. That's what happened.
Fucking nasty little bitch. You're a fucking cockroach, you motherfucker.
All right, Matt, that's what happened.
I've never agreed to that shit.
You can see that.
Fucker.
No, I asked you, if you don't want, listen, if you don't want to joke like this, you said, no, it's fine. And then, just like I said, 2 days ago, you went cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs after I told you about how stupid you look when you talk about religion like that. That's when you went cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. But right now, you're using all that from before what I told you. But you were fine with that. So don't play these fucking games. Matt, you ain't stupid.
I can't let you.
And buddy,
I can't let you get away. Hey. I can't let you get away with that. I've watched what you've typed in there to her, man, for days.
Listen to me, man. I know what I typed, man, but I told you she went along
I
with
do
it
too.
until I
I do
fucking
too. I
went,
have 20.
until
I've
I
had
told her
LASIK
about the
surgery.
fucking
I can see
religion.
good.
Do you understand that? What I'm telling you right now? You're full of shit. You're lying. Because I asked her, I said, yes, Nina, if you don't want me to joke around like this, I won't. I'll stop. And she said, no, just gonna, it's okay. We're all grown-ups. But then, like I said, then now she's using all that from before after she got pissed off at me for, calling her stupid because of the religion and me agreeing with surgery.
Well, okay. Well,
But
so what do you expect?
you're lying.
You don't.
You're
When you
lying.
say somebody's
And
stupid like that,
I
you don't
never
expect
listen. You don't expect any retaliation or what? Okay, and also about
No, on top
Crystal.
of that, I
I don't know
ignored
what the
him
fuck
for
are
a
you
few
saying about
days.
Crystal. First of
Shut
all,
the
I
fuck
don't
up, Joy.
I didn't
I
even
fucking
know that
ignored you for like
you
3 days while your ass
okay.
still fucking talk shit to me, fucking telling me fuck you, fucking calling me a bitch. Shut the fuck up with your fucking crybaby. I'm the victim card.
All right. So I never
the fuck
said
up. You're a
nothing
fucking
about
bitch.
Crystal. First of all, I didn't even know she was with you, but Crystal doesn't joke like that, and that's why I never joked with her like that. There's other girls that joke around like that, and I do joke, but also old smart ones that are normal up there in their head. They know that I'm being sarcastic, of course, because like I said, I'm very faithful to my wife, and I never fucked around in the past 22 years that I've been with my wife. I never flirted with nobody in person, just so you know.
Hey,
This what I'm doing is trolling, nothing else.
Quick, simple, easy. Just apologize that you went too far and be done with it. Hey, is that your wife? Tell her, come here, man.
What's that, buddy?
Who was that, man?
No, the text. Fuck the.
Talk to me, man. Was that her?
Oh man, she's asleep.
Oh. But anyway, just be done with it, man.
One more thing, I also said 1,000 times. I met a lot of people. I've been around the block. I'm 42 years old, and I lived just like you. I lived fucking 200 years, and I never met nobody like my wife. I never met a person, either a woman or a man, like she is. Okay, she's the best motherfucking person I ever met in my life. So, like I said, and she also jokes around like this, like I joke around. When we're together, okay. This is how we joke around, me and my wife, okay? And with other people. And we do embarrass sometimes other people. But like I said, when we go out and when we are like on parties and everything, pretty much me and my wife, we make
so you say she's pretty cool then, right?
My wife is the coolest motherfucking person.
Go get her and bring her here. I want to talk to her.
Well, like I said, she wakes up in the morning. It's fucking almost 3 o'clock. She has to wake up at fucking 6:30 in the morning. So you're talking bullshit.
Here's the way I do, Joey. I do joke and kid around with Athena and stuff, but we've been knowing each other a long time, and it's kind of all like right in your face, and then I'm done, kind of thing. It's just because I know them though. But normally the way I handle it is I won't say anything.
Tina's not a bimbo, man.
Huh?
Did you say Tina's a bimbo?
No, I said, in other words, unless I know somebody and we joke and kid around all the time, I normally won't say anything to somebody's wife or girlfriend that I wouldn't want said to mine. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. No, well, like I said, that's a different thing. And first of all, I'm going to tell you something. These chats should not actually be for couples, especially if people are married.
That's where I disagree. You have to have a lot of balls to bring your spouse on here.
No. It's a different thing because these things will definitely cause issues.
Hey, Joey, if that's true and you really believe that, what are you doing here?
Well, it's only you and we just actually found out that you're with Crystal, just right now, like a few days
Well,
ago.
I know, but what I'm saying is, well, okay, so you got to be secure if you're gonna, uh, Petra Miller. Hold on, I'm reading something funny. I've never said anything. Why are you saying that to me? I've always been no, Petra. That's not what I mean. We joke and kid around with each other, but I would never be serious and say something hardcore and really mean it. Is what I'm saying. But so I don't know, man. It's just that, did you know what Yasina was married? Yes, Nia was married.
Yeah. Why?
Well, so well, because I mean, okay, so
She knew I was married too.
okay, well, what I'm saying is there kind of should be a platform there where aligns you don't. Well,
No,
okay.
you know what? Like I said, you're not gonna use that what happened before, but after we had the fight the other day because I called her stupid. That's where it all started. And now she's using,
No,
the way
and
I was
bitch, and
joking.
fucked you. And for how long? How long did
It's
you say
just
that for? For like
nasty.
2 days?
You don't sound ladylike when you talk
I know
like
you've
that.
been like verbally talking shit to like Matthew for like a week. Shut the fuck up. Stop being a fucking
Matt, I
crybaby.
spoke to Matt once.
You're a fucking crybaby. You're a fucking bitch. Shut up.
Okay, I
I
spoke to
will
Matt
say this,
once.
Joey. I've seen you say some things. I really don't think you remember some of the things you type, man. But anyway.
Well, it's different when I type, and it's different when I talk. But anyways, Matt, is Matt there? Matt? Okay. Well, like I said, I know that I told you that she's 30 times better looking than you are, and I apologize for that. She is not 30 times. I mean, she is a little bit better looking than
Nobody
you
gives a
are
fuck what you think.
as a
What's your
female.
point?
But nothing. I'm just apologizing to Matt. But actually, for real, you actually fit each other, honestly. So don't think that
That's why we've been married for 13 years.
Well, I was just telling him that yes, yeah. So I just like I said, I apologize, but I said that because I was just trying to piss you off. But actually, you do fit together.
Okay.
There you go. Okay, all right. Now I gotta go because I don't understand how come Tex knows Croatian.
How you been, Grizz?
All right, man. How was that over?
I think the final blow of Joy going too far, I think, that's it. So.
I don't know. He's always been all right when he's in like this, but I don't know about text or YouTube or whatever.
Yeah, I think sometimes he goes too far in there. I even think sometimes I kind of do, but it's only, me and Patrick can kid around and me and Athena and stuff. But I mean, I do. I might joke and kid around and then we laugh and then that's it, but anyway, man, I guess he apologized in his own way. He said something about 30 times. He didn't mean that somebody looked better than somebody 30 times or something. I don't know.
I kind of understood what he meant, though, Like, I'm not going to say that you, buddy, are more attractive than, I don't know, you've seen it, because I don't find men attractive, I think that's what he was trying to say.
Right.
In his
well, the truth is, Joey doesn't remember, or either he says he doesn't. I have watched him say some hardcore stuff. Up in the panel, he's usually pretty cool, and but I mean, I'll put it to you this way: I've said some fucked up shit certain nights to people, and I usually go back and say I'm sorry, and then try not to do it, But anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I can joke around. I can take jokes. But I think what really bothered me was the whole, just the F you for like 2 days straight when I'm trying to ignore him, Uh, I just had it today. So I'm sorry about that. I didn't want to yell in y'all's ears or anything. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I wasn't going to do anything, but then I think somebody called my name is the only reason I mic'd in. I think Joey called me or something.
Yeah.
You go, girl. You got to let people know if they go too far. And you did. I mean, I heard it. I know what you said. I've watched what he types. And so I guess that's his way of saying, I'm sorry I went too far with what he said. So,
Yeah. Yeah, I guess to me as a believer, once you start, you know, disrespecting God and disrespecting me with that, it's just that's enough.
right. I
Yeah.
understand. I really do. I mean, sometimes like when we have a surge up on the panel, he'll just say, you fucking Christians are fucked up, man, And, so I understand. I do. And if you get it day in, day out, there comes a tolerance level. I'm not, in other words,
Yeah.
they're always saying you're dumb and stupid because you're a Christian and you don't know anything. And I mean, it should be fair coming, but the way I see it is, they're fucking dumb and stupid, So anyway,
Yeah.
it just gets old after a while,
Yeah, it does.
Where's Liz been? He's not. Someone said he's not allowed to join, but I think that means that he just keeps getting snagged to something.
See, I mean, you can look in the YouTube chat right now. Here's LaSurge. Christians are generally dumb as all fuck. It's the Christian part that is stupid.
Hey, Lysurge, your spelling's kind of dumb there because that sentence isn't structured properly. How can Christians are generally dumb as all fuck make sense? Nice one, Liz.
Here's a guy saying how dumb everybody is, but you can ask him 26 questions in a row and he can't give one answer. And he's so deranged that he says he's answered all your questions 5 times over. And if you go back and listen to the recorded video, it clearly shows he never answered one question.
Yeah.
That's how fucked up the atheists are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
everything's always abstract with them.
The other day that it's the quiz show with LaSurge or something like that?
Yes, the quiz show with LaSurge.
Quizzing everybody all the time?
yeah, it can get hardcore sometimes. Y'all hang in there. It gets rough in here sometimes, man.
It's what we have.
Yeah, LaSurge sniped me. When was that? A couple days ago. And yeah. So wow, I'm sure y'all have been in here and heard the hardcore stuff going on up here. But in general, it's just interesting to me that if someone's going to do that, I think he should bring his wife on the mic and let us talk to her.
Yep.
I mean, that's the way I see it. Don't hide being on the internet while you're talking stone cold shit to somebody like that. I mean, just bring her on here. Problem with LaSurge is he's got nobody to bring on anyway. And even if he did, he never would bring her here and let her talk on the mic because he's scared and insecure. And, he knows he's, insecure and he can't do it. So I look up to somebody that has, security in the relationship and can come on here like this. Sometimes I've thought it wasn't a good idea when I have to look at things in the chat like, Crystal, you're fuck you, you cunt whore. I mean, I've seen it all on here, so it gets bad sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, you hang in there, girl. Don't ever change your belief for those fucking atheists.
Nah,
Yeah.
never.
I knew Joey would get mad at me, but I mean, you know, it is what it is. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and, you know, run with he only said one wrong thing to you and then you lost it and you played him. That's a fucking lie. I've watched everything he's typed in here. You know, now he's going to try. Now he's going to try to make him look like, you know, the victim here. They just need to stop the shit. I mean, if they, I'm not saying they can't say their opinions and stuff in here, but you shouldn't go overboard, you know, when, especially if you know there's someone in here that is a couple and you know it, you know, you're knowledgeable of it. I mean, how hypocritical is that? He's scared to bring his wife on here, but he'll nail you to the wall knowing that you have a husband. You know?
Yeah, that was kind of irritating.
You know, and I hope nobody takes me wrong, but I've known Petra a good while and Athena and everybody, and we'll joke and kid around, but then that's it. Like the first thing you'll see Athena say to me is, "Fuck you, buddy." And then I'll go, "I love you, girl." You know, and I mean, then that's it. It's over, you know.
Yeah.
But that's only because I've known him for a while. I would never, you know, just come in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But anyway, Grizz, have you watched the any more on Syria? I got to watch a little bit today. Any more details that you've gotten?
Nah, other than the Scud thing where they said every time the US bombs them, they'll bomb Israel. I can't really see no. They're just blaming Russia. They're saying it's Russia's fault that Assad gassed his own people, which I don't think there's any evidence for anyway that Assad did such a thing. So.
Yeah. Hey, one thing I just want to say real quick. Look in the YouTube chat. LeSurge said that he would never even date a girl that would come in a place like this. Now, what does that say about him?
Wow.
So you see, they're two-faced as fuck.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This motherfucker's in here fucking 18 hours a day and shit, and that's the only thing he does. But he wouldn't let his girl type in here. See, that proves to you how fucked up they are. See, they're the control freaks. They're the insecure people. And but yet they want to try to make it look like somebody else has issues when fuck, look, he ain't even got a fucking dog in his life. A fucking parakeet wouldn't live with him. But anyway, yeah, I watched a little bit on that, Grizz. It looks like, okay, so what did I watch today on that? I saw an interview with McCain. I saw an interview on a total report on what I try to do, man, on a quick note anyway. I went to Al Jazeera, and it seemed they had opposing views to, okay, so I saw an interview with Nikki Haley. You know who that is?
Nope.
Okay, well, that's the new, damn, what is her position? Okay, Rex Tillerson, I think, is Secretary of Defense. And damn it. Okay, and then I can't remember what her position is now. But anyway, she's in charge of a division that has direct involvement with this also. And then Rex Tillerson, I watched a interview with him. So it seems that the end result is when I go to the other news sources, they seem to have a different spin on it. But yet if I watch like those four interviews with McCain, Nikki Haley, Rex Tillerson, it does seem like one common denominator with all of them, though. Even at Al Jazeera, you know, they're kind of, I don't know if you want to say liberal. That might be kind of liberal or whatever. But the one thing that I did see that everybody agreed on was it's been going on for about 6 years, they say.
What has?
The people over there. Well, okay, so they showed videos. Okay, so several things actually are going on in that region. And of course, ISIS is trying to dominate and all that stuff. It showed a video clip on Al Jazeera. This is on Al Jazeera now. They showed a video clip on there that two ISIS guys wanted to use these this man and this woman's house to, they wanted to use their rooftop to be, so they could snipe. And the people said, no, we don't want you getting on our roof to snipe, you know, our people. And so they just burned them to ashes right there in the fucking alley. So you see, you got multiple things going on there. You got the big chemical thing, whether it's false flag or not with a chemical thing, to me doesn't matter. The whole area is completely whacked. It's got, I don't know how much ISIS is there. They said a large percentage. And they're trying to, you know, take care of ISIS in that region, and the chemicals that have been supposed to have been done away with a long time ago, and Russia's got an involvement on that. It seems like Russia wants one thing. I'm trying to remember the spin on Russia and what they said Russia's involvement was and what they're trying to do. But anyway, that's what so for all reasons involved, I'm going to say I agree with the missile strike on the airstrip. Just as a reminder note that somebody needs, there's supposed to be people doing certain things over there, and it doesn't sound like they're doing it. And that goes for Russia.
What do you mean? They're trying to take the country back. I mean, it's funny how all this has happened. You know, the gas attack after basically the rebels were they've lost so much ground. If you go back 2 years ago, and when Russia started coming in with the planes bombing, you know, the rebels and stuff, Syria was almost completely fallen to rebels, and the government's taken back all that land, and now there's only certain regions, like certain highways and stuff, where ISIS and the rebels have control. And that's because of their superiority, which they've been trying to impose a no-fly zone over the entire country. And this is just a false flag to get rid of the fly zone, so they can't bomb ISIS anymore, and then they're just going to lose all that ground to the rebels.
Right. I can understand that, but I still got some questions on that theory. Number one, didn't Russia have an agreement along with some other people, maybe even the people of Syria, that with the United Nations, that I think this was up to 6 years ago, or maybe longer, I'm not sure, that they would get rid of the gases and chemicals?
Yeah, they already have. They got rid of it in 2013. They've not had them for 4 years. So how are they gassing their own people?
Now, how do you know they got rid of them, Grizz?
Because the UN inspectors went into the country and Russia was supervising it, and they said they dismembered all the chemical agents, like the sarin gas. There was UN reports on it.
Okay, now let me change the narrative here. What is Russia doing to take care of ISIS in that region?
They're using airstrikes, you know, from the airstrip that was bombed, you know, to actually bomb ISIS, and allowing the government to go in with the boots on the ground, you know, the Syrian government, and take back the streets. That's why Aleppo is now back in government control after they bombed the rebels.
Okay, and your opinion of Assad?
That he's being framed for things that he's not done as like a false flag to get rid of him. It's that simple.
Okay, well, that's where, now I understand why you have those. Okay. It's okay. Now, I'm not going to tell you any deep stuff, but I will tell you I'm very well aware of false flags, and I will not sit here and say I know for a fact it's not a false flag, because I don't. But okay, so has Assad ever been known? Because I'm thinking of the reports on Assad that I heard today from several different categories. So you got to watch listening to the media, you know. They're only reporting stories that, you know, they're being told, you know. So that's all part of a false flag also, to be quite honest about it. That's the first thing a false flag operation will do, is leak the information that they want to the media to change the narrative of what's really going on. So you got to be careful. Yeah, I'm still confused about that one. I don't know enough about Assad to really say it, but the narrative that is basically being stated on most of the stuff that I watched today they seem to be saying he's been hurting his people for years and killing his own. But I don't know.
So why was he elected to power? There were 30 officials there watching it, and I can hear echo for some reason. There were 30 officials there from different countries and non-profit organizations watching when he was elected in 2013 to see if there was any, I don't know, mischievous, I don't know, manipulation of the polls and the results coming in. And they said nothing, and he was elected by 88% of the people, like a few years ago. So 88% of the people want him. So why is he going to be gassing and bombing all his own people who want him to be the leader of the country?
That's a very good point. And I am a firm believer, and you know I can't do that, but I'm a firm believer in getting, okay, let me make my statement, and then I'll say what somebody said today on one of the reports I watched. I am a firm believer from getting stories from the people on the ground that are there, because even though they may not know the plot, they can tell you in reality what actually happened without it being painted with a brush.
But how do you know they're not simply paid to spew a false narrative?
Right. In other words, they're going to tell you exactly what they experienced. They just don't know whether.
Imagine if you're a poor Syrian. Basically, I don't know, BBC journalists, I don't know what the news networks in America, CNN, ABC, and they'll say, we'll give you like a month's wages if you just say it like this, like say Assad did this, Assad did that, and then you come out and say it, and we've got like one person saying it then, and then it looks like, oh, look, the Syrian people don't want him, and he's killing them all. It's pretty easy.
Right. And, hey, so you got a good point there. How many percentage of the actual people there in Syria voted Assad in? Did you say 80%?
88. So
88?
Yes.
Wow.
Ask Lysurge even about that. He agrees with me.
That's a strange thing if that number's right. That is strange.
But they make it out like the whole population wants Assad gone when they clearly don't. They support him, and we're supporting the rebels, and we're using ISIS. As I've said before, there was a report that came out. Basically, the US, I don't know, this is like a year and a half ago now, maybe even just a year. The US basically bombed an airbase. I don't even know if it's the same one, but like a year ago, they bombed an airbase, and basically they bombed it, they shelled it for like an hour. And then 20 minutes after they stopped shelling it, ISIS attacked them and took over the airstrip. So, it's pretty obvious what's going on there. It's known fact.
Yeah, that's a little strange. I watched one more interview that I can remember I saw today. Mm-hmm. I like to listen and gather my own information. I'm not even going to say they're facts because I'm not getting it from the resources that I actually trust, meaning media and those things. But I did watch another video today, and it had a guy on there, a Syrian guy, and he claims on the interview that they killed his wife, his children. They had him showing a picture. He had to bury his family and stuff, his 2 kids and everything. And he swears, and he was praising the missiles coming in because he was saying Assad ordered, that he was behind killing his family.
Right. And how do we know this guy wasn't paid, I don't know, a month's wages, which is a lot in Syria, to spew this false narrative that makes them look like, yeah, it was a good idea. We decided to bomb a sovereign nation, which is illegal under international law.
We don't know that, but I think that was on Al Jazeera where I saw that. So you would think it would be, because they're kind of lean that way anyway. You would think that they wouldn't have showed it if they didn't. Those media outlets like Al Jazeera, they usually won't show those things if they don't have some meat and potatoes behind it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if it was true or not, Grizz, but I'm just telling you what I, looked up today when I had a little bit of time. But it's really, I will say this, there's a lot going on, man. You got ISIS trying to overtake the place. You have chemical warfare. You know, you have Russia in there with supposedly their own agenda. You have the United Nations saying that there's, you know, according to the reports I saw, that United Nations said that Russia had agreed to help Assad get rid of the chemicals and gases there up to over 6 years ago. So, you know, I don't know where I don't know where it came from. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where
it's been proven that the ISIS members have been allowed by basically Erdogan's son-in-law to smuggle these chemicals in through the Turkish border and to use it on the Syrian people. It was shown in 2013. A member of the Turkish parliament came forward and said that they'd basically been smuggling all these gases through the Turkish border and being allowed to gas the Syrian people, which they also blamed for Assad at that time. It's obvious and is enough evidence. Do you not think Turkish MP members coming out against the government, who were then jailed, they were jailed for leaking this information, have no credibility in what they're saying when they're saying Assad's being framed?
Right. Let me say something I just saw in the chat. Hey, so I guess that's Matthew, but you're talking about those Allen Bradley drives. I wish I'd have had my mind on that, because I've had I worked with those. I've worked with those a long time. I just installed some new PowerFlex Allen Bradley drives. But anyway, here's what I was going to ask you, Grizz. Are you saying that you think Russia or ISIS may have put the man up to saying how his family died? Which one?
Why would it be Russia or ISIS?
Well, I'm asking, would it be Russia, ISIS, or even the United States? Who put the guy up to that?
Whoever's trying to propagate that narrative. I don't know who's trying to propagate that narrative, but let's look. Basically, Russia opposed the airstrikes, so it won't be Russia. Assad and stuff opposed the airstrikes, so it won't be him. ISIS were celebrating. They bombed the Syrian air bases. They were literally celebrating on the streets. So, you know, there's more likely than not it would be ISIS, and it's more likely that it would be, you know, the CIA or the West or something.
That's interesting. Now, let me ask you this. Do you know what percentage, or have you pulled up any numbers or any statistics on what percentage of ISIS is dominating the region?
They own the more barren lands. They own the border of. Let me look at you. I had it up the other day. I bookmarked it.
I'd be interested to know that. I'm trying to determine for myself what I think is going on. There's so much going on, man. It's just smoke. You know what I mean? It's hard to tell. I'm sure there's some people that think it's the CIA doing it from, you know, the United States. I'm trying to make a good determination and it's hard when you get all this media stuff, because, you know, they can be wrong so easily on either side of the fence.
Right.
I'd be interested. I heard a 40% today, but I don't know what region that they had 40% domination of the area.
ISIS owns basically the eastern side going towards Iraq. Basically, the more populated western side is owned by the Assad regime and the some rebels, which we've supported. And basically, all the border of Turkey, where they pushed in a few months ago and had a military operation into Syria, they'd basically allowed the Kurdish militias to take over the northern parts, and basically Raqqa and stuff, that's still kind of controlled by ISIS.
Okay, let's forget the chemicals for just a second and concentrate on, so Russia's involvement there is supposedly what, taking care of ISIS?
ISIS and the rebels trying to overthrow Assad. So he's bombing, you know, whoever's in his country trying to overthrow him, and ISIS. This is a fact.
So your understanding is Putin's got his people over there trying to protect Assad and and knock out ISIS.
Well, yeah, they've exposed that Turkey, which is one of the main allies for the West. We all oil export and one of the major influences in the Middle East. They've basically been buying ISIS oil and then shipping it into Europe and the West, and that's been going into America. So he exposed it with satellite imagery. So if anyone's working with ISIS, it's us.
Okay, what came to mind just now is there's been a lot of talk here during the election year and stuff that this administration, so a lot of talking points about it wouldn't be bad to get along with Russia to try to not work as a team and all ally countries to knock out ISIS once and for all. I do know that's been a strong talking point this year, or should I say last year. So I'm trying to, and I think that we're going to get ready to have some meetings about working together to knock out ISIS in that region. Now, what's the United States involvement there right now? We got, what, 1,000 troops on the ground there?
I'm not sure how many troops.
I think it's 1,000 troops is what I heard today.
I can't verify that or say otherwise. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I know they'd sent special commandos and stuff in the intelligence people a few months back even. So they've got, intelligence communities in there, like probably working with the CIA already. Okay,
now I got another question. What's your understanding of if Russia wants the United States there?
It doesn't, though.
It does not. Why would you not want help to knock out ISIS if you're not doing it?
Because they're not knocking out ISIS. They're trying to overthrow Assad. They're not trying to get rid of ISIS. That's why they bombed the airfield that Syria was using to throw back the rebels, and then allowed ISIS to take over it.
That's dangerous shit. So what do you think should be done in that category?
What do you mean?
I mean, so you support Russia's involvement, or?
Yeah. Well, Russia was actually invited by Syria to get rid of ISIS. The US wasn't.
But okay, but now Russia's not knocking out ISIS. They're trying to overthrow Assad.
Well, no, Russia's helping Assad.
Helping Assad. Okay, I misunderstood you then. Okay,
it's us.
I just want
the America trying to get rid of Assad. The West, Europe, whoever you want to call it.
Well, yeah, I heard a bunch of negative reports today about Assad, and that's
Again, I can go back to 2000 or something. You remember that Graham Wesley Clark, one of the leading US generals, who basically said 15 years ago that they wanted to get rid of Iraq, which has happened. They wanted to get rid of Somalia, which has happened. Libya, which has happened. Iran and Syria. Look, Syria's going now. It's planned. Yeah. This has been basically the reason they don't want Assad in is because he inherited it from his dad, and he's basically not going along with whatever they want him to do.
Oh, it could very well be.
For 15 years, they went after Gaddafi for 20 years. No matter what, they'll, even if he'd never, let's say, but there's no, which there isn't, there's no evidence that he gassed his people or whatever. They've still been trying to get rid of Assad all these years.
Okay, got another question. I'm asking these for a reason. I got a method to my madness. So, how would you feel about Russia and the United States pulling out completely and letting him try to take care of ISIS by himself?
No. Because we've created the mess, and we've basically, whether intentionally or not, helped ISIS get a foothold in his country, which I think it was intentional. So we can use ISIS to get rid of him and say we need to go in and get rid of ISIS, but Assad's doing these evil things, so we need to get rid of both of them. So if we'd never messed in the first place, his country would be fine right now.
Well, yeah, but that's in the past. I'm looking at now. In other words, we can't change yesterday. Here's what I want to know. Let me say it in another way. So if Russia and the United States did not help Assad with ISIS, basically, your interpretation is, and I have not looked any of this up. That's why I'm asking you, because I know you kind of study up on this stuff. Is Assad's army enough to take out ISIS?
If we stop helping ISIS, maybe.
Okay,
I still think we're helping ISIS. We're bombing Syria and Assad when we're helping them.
Right. You see the method to my madness. That's why I'm asking that question. I'm trying to determine for myself, just by thinking about everything, you know, false flag versus what's the real agenda versus, I heard what you said.
Wait, so why can't America and the West leave Assad alone and let Russia, which they've been doing all along, get rid of ISIS? What's the problem with that?
Well, okay, so there is now a global agenda to get rid of ISIS once and for all. You know about that?
No, I think there's a global agenda to get rid of Assad, and they're basically going to use ISIS to the point where basically once Assad's gone, then they'll get rid of ISIS. They're using them as a tool.
Well, I will tell you that all through every war, they've always armed the enemy and then had to fight them later, even all the way back to Vietnam. So, I mean, right. I understand your theory. I understand it could be. It could be. And that's why I'm asking these questions, to try to fill in the blanks. I haven't had any time to really study on the real areas I need to study, and it sounds like you have. But I will tell you, it makes it tough. Okay, so regardless of what the real agenda is, whether it's false flag or not, the problem is that it's a big agenda being pushed with all allied countries to get rid of ISIS once and for all. Now, are they using ISIS to knock out their target first and then come back and get them? I don't know. But I'll just tell you, if there's a lot of ISIS there, the general rule of thought that I hear a lot is they've been around too long and grown too big, and extreme measures are going to be taken to knock ISIS's dick in the dirt. Now, are they using them to create their agenda and then come back later? I don't know.
So what's the problem with leaving Russia to get rid of them and us not messing their plan up? Because they basically started pushing them back until we started bombing them again. Why are we stopping them?
That's a good question. I'll answer that with another question before I give you an answer. How long has Russia been over there trying to knock out ISIS?
2 or 3 years. And they've taken, in that time, since Assad basically only had one city, which was the city he was in, he's taken back like 40% of his country.
Are you sure of that?
Yeah.
That's interesting. So they've been there
basically it's like 30% rebel controlled, 30% ISIS controlled, 40% his control. And basically we 100% have been supporting the rebels all along, the rebels trying to overthrow Assad, but it's also become kind of obvious that we've also allowing ISIS to help him, and we have been, as the airstrip attack happened, allow them to go in and take over the airstrip.
I'm glad you brought that up. That was the other thing I saw in the reports today, where there were other rebel groups, regimes, however you want to say it, that they didn't know whether, in other words, that no one can trust, because they're also they've got their own agenda. So it's a mess, man. I'm glad you brought that up, because that was the other thing I was trying to remember that I heard. But so, yeah, there's other rebel groups that have their own agenda in this mix also, with ISIS being there, possible false flag operation going on. It's a mess, man. I'm telling you. So whoever created the problem, I guess that's already said and done. And now we're, you know.
Right. So why are we supporting the rebels and ISIS trying to overthrow his country when we can just sit back and let Russia get rid of him, which they were?
Well, that's
unless they
interesting.
don't want them to. Because, you know, it's quite obvious that we're hindering. And if that was our only thing, you know, to get rid of ISIS, then why are we stopping the only countries doing anything about it?
Well, I heard 1,000 troops of ours are over there too. Now, the only problem with that question is, if we created it, then I'm sure the U.S. feels, I mean, I've heard the talk about the vacuum created over there and how ISIS formed in the beginning, the whole ball of wax. So to say, well, okay, the United States caused it, let's let Russia take care of it and clean up the mess. That's, for some reason, that's not, it doesn't sound right to me. I don't think that they would just, all the way down to the United Nations, I don't think that that would be a, how do I want to say? In other words, that would be kind of fucked up for the U.S. to say, fuck it, we created the problem, but we're not going to help you with it.
Well, they're not helping. That's the problem. You keep saying that the U.S. is trying to help. What have they done other than bombing Assad?
Well, I don't know.
What have they done in Syria? They've done nothing. I mean,
well, that's what you say. I don't really know.
Well, can you show me something what they've done?
No, I can't. I'm just trying to get up on it right now, Grizz.
They haven't done
that's why
anything.
Yeah, I understand.
So all we're doing is hindering Russia getting rid of him, but like you're like supposing that the US is actually trying to get rid of them, and they've done nothing to get rid of them. They supported the rebels trying to overthrow his country.
Let me just tell you like this. I'm not going to.
They sent in those US troops to help the rebels originally.
Right, I understand. Let me put it to you this way. I've seen a lot of false flags in my life, and it is very common practice to arm a certain group, whether it's in the future going to be your enemy or not, and hope that they will take out your target for you. That's common war practice. That's nothing new to me. I've been knowing that since my teens. Okay. But my problem with this whole thing is this, and it's a complicated mess. I can tell you that from what I've found out so far. If I was writing a book, let me just put it to you this way. Wherever you're getting your resources from, remember that is not intelligence. That is only reports from whatever resources you're going to. Okay. Same as me. If I sit right here on my computer and I dig up resources, I'm only getting what they're allowing me to get. You understand? So if I was writing a book and I was writing a nonfiction book about what's going on in Syria, I can tell you right now, Grizz, I would not go to any of the resources that you and I are going to.
Where would you go to then?
I would go to the truth of everyone. If I was writing a book and I was a rich billionaire and I wanted to write a book about what was really going on over there, there's certain things you can do to get the actual truth, but you're not even going to get the actual truth during the heated situation. The sad part about the actual true facts are a lot of them cannot be obtained until after the mess is already done.
Right, but well, you're saying that, you know, that you can't trust either source, but I trust these sources that I'm getting way more than the American sources that are basically beating the war drums.
Right, but see, we don't know why.
Because they want to get rid of Assad, and they want to get rid of Iran. They've wanted to for 20 years.
I understand, and I'm not. Hey, and let me make something perfectly clear when I'm discussing this. I'm not even going to defend my own government with what I've known they've done for 40, 50 years. Okay. So, but however, I do trust the administration that I have right now in a lot of different ways that I never did before, but that doesn't mean anything about the mess that's already created that this administration has inherited with the operations that were already going on. So Okay, so you may hate Trump, but he's about the most honest motherfucker we've had up there in a long time, dude. I'm not talking about the special operations going on and what the CIA does with all of their. I'm not saying that. But okay, so if I was writing a book, I wouldn't go to any of these resources. I can tell you that. I would go to.
Well, I don't hate Trump. I just think he's a puppet who's Jesuit educated, and he's basically they needed another person to be another George W. Bush and go start a war because they didn't want Obama to look, I don't know, tarnish his image that he had on the American public, and he looked like a good guy to most of the masses. They thought he was one of the best presidents ever. So we need to get this guy who the media's demonized, and then we can go and say, look, this retard Trump's starting these wars and stuff, and then they can make Christians look like retards and stuff. That's all that Trump is. He makes us look dumb.
Yeah. Well, that's your opinion, but let me tell you another little quick short story. So I worked on, you already heard me. I've done a lot of military stuff in my life. Okay. Yeah. And I can tell you right now, Grizz, that I was working with direct contracts straight from the White House. Okay. And I can tell you right now, even to this day, the reports about what I was involved with and the inside information that I had access to this day is not correct. Don't ever forget that, man. Don't ever forget that. Just when you think you know what you know, you might get a new story coming in.
Well, I don't trust a Jesuit. I don't trust anyone who's Jesuit educated. I never will. Trump is a Jesuit educated person.
Word means. What does that word mean?
Jesuit is a military arm of the Vatican. The Catholic Church is basically when the Protestant Reformation was happening, they created the Jesuits to go out and stop the Protestants from reforming from breaking away from the Pope. So ultimately, they want everyone to go back under the Pope, and he is Jesuit educated.
Are you saying
just a Jesuit educated person? That's why I always bring it up to Lyserge. Half of his atheism theology, half of modern science comes from Jesuits. So I'm not trusting the Jesuits at anything.
Let me break it down to categories how I can understand. Are you saying that Trump likes the Pope?
Well, yeah, he's even come out. You know what the Al Smith dinner is, right?
Well, hold on. One thing at a time. You believe that Trump likes the Pope?
Yes, he's on record. He said we need to stop this anti-Catholic bias. He's pro-Catholicism.
Well, then you must not know everything that's gone on between Trump and the Pope.
Well, he may not like the Pope directly, but he likes the Catholic Church. There's a difference between liking the Pope personally and, liking the Catholic Church. He's pro-Catholic Church. He may not like the Pope or whatever, though.
I don't know if he agrees with their beliefs. I can tell you that much.
Well, I don't even think Trump's a true Christian, so, it doesn't really matter.
Well, he may not be, but believe it or not, as far as anybody that we have that could possibly hold this office to try to get a handle on a lot of the corrupt, even in, here, not even talking about over there, everything's a mess because the past administrations have let things just get completely out of control for all kinds of stuff. I'm talking about, you got to remember, I'm a guy about the truth. I really don't give a fuck about Republicans and Democrats. I just don't give a fuck because they're all corrupt, okay? And I've been close enough to them to know that for a fact.
So what makes you think Trump is like the first guy in, 80 years to not be corrupt when he's basically, most of the people he's hiring are, Jesuits and all this kind of rubbish?
Well, I'm not one that's going to run with that theory. I know too much about it.
You can go look at the education of the people he's been putting into high positions. They're all Jesuit educated. Just like Pope Francis is the first openly Jesuit, which is the military arm of the Vatican. He's the first open Jesuit to be the Pope. Because normally they've got the black Pope beneath the Pope. There's a Pope, the leader of the Jesuit order, the superior general, who basically has more power than the Pope. The Pope's just like a figurehead.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the problem, okay, I hear you, okay, I understand your viewpoint, okay. Let me put it to you this way, Grizz. From what I see him doing here, it doesn't substantiate that theory.
Well, it does to me.
Well, I'm saying action speaks louder than words to me. I'm a man that has to see the action. And I'm not saying that your theory could not be applied to what you're saying. I'm not even saying it's absolutely not true. I'm just saying the way I'm seeing the people that are being put into office, it's to put a stop to the dumb shit as far as what's going on here. Now, what's going on with foreign interest, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I'm just trying to kind of, when I get a little bit of time, study up on it and kind of find out what's going on over there. And that's why I'm talking to you about Syria. But I'm going to have to disagree with you on that theory as far as what I see him doing here.
Well, what's he done? What's contrary to what I've said about the Jesuit and the Vatican?
Well, to my understanding, you know, the beliefs of the people that you were talking about, like the Pope and everything, they were anti-wall, anti-this, anti-securing the border, anti-all of that stuff.
Well, that's got nothing to do with, you know, that, though.
Well, I'm saying the Pope. You said the Pope, right?
I said it, yes, but that doesn't really make a big difference being anti-wall. He might be anti-wall and agree with everything else he wants.
Well, I'm just making blanket statements. There's a lot of stories behind my statements, you know, in different categories. But I'm just making blanket statements so you'll know why I can't run with that theory. But we could go on and talk about, you know, it's not just the wall. The Pope went and visited Mexico and was telling the Mexican president how wrong he thought Trump was trying to secure our border. You didn't.
Well, you know,
you didn't see that?
Vaguely.
Okay.
But that's not really.
Well, okay. So we got foreign interest going on as one subject going on, and then we got matters going on here and between the adjacent countries to the U.S. So it's really, we really shouldn't tie those together. But as far as from what I can see, I can't run with the last theory. I'm going to disagree with that one for sure right now. But the other stuff that we talked about of what's going on in Syria, I'm totally lost on at this point. And it's only because I'll tell you what I'm basing my, I wouldn't say one way or the other is where I'm at with it, because I know the corrupt, you know, what some people would say were corrupt agendas to try to, you know, control power, taking over countries, areas, changing regimes. That's been going on since the day I was born. I can go back through a history of it. That's just normal war practice that's been going on forever and a day. Now, so I understand all those talking points, and they very well could be happening. Okay? Hidden agendas will always be there. And that's why I'm not willing to say what's going on over there. I'm just trying to get everybody's viewpoint on it, details, information, watch some interviews on totally, you know, opposite ends of the fence, so to speak, you know, way over to the left, way over to the right, you know, in the middle and all that stuff. I'm not really sure what's going on over there, Grizz. I wish I could, you know, I wish I could wave my magic wand and know, but I've been too close to the hidden agendas, and I know that you'll never get the truth through the media. I can tell you that. You can look, so basically what you're doing is you're gathering information and looking at what's going on, and the way it looks to you is there's a false agenda, and it seems to be a false flag operation going on, and it probably is. It very well can be, and that might be the plan. And I wish I had my shit together a little bit more and had been keeping up on this for the last 6 years or whatever, but I have not. It's not been one of my top priorities because everything's been such a fucking mess here in my own country. You know what I mean? For what that statement's worth, you know. You know, it's kind of like anybody else, you know. If your own environment's really, in your opinion, screwed up, and you're so happy that you think things are changing here, it tends to make you focus on your own environment more so than, you know, what's going on in the Middle East all the time or whatever, kind of thing. So I'm trying to get up on it, Grizz. We'll stay. Well, let's keep on it, man. But I was able to watch about 4 interviews. I'm just trying to, you know, I know this is going to sound weird to you, maybe, but it still intrigues me to this day because I've usually been able to do it, not every time. But my walk of life versus what I really know is going on and what it looks like, a lot of times I can determine what's going on, but unfortunately it's so messy in that region with so many different agendas going on, from the rebels to Russia to the United States to Assad, chemicals, United Nations are all up everybody's, you know, United Nations has an agenda themselves, you know. So
but yeah, that's kind of like global governance. Ultimately, in the end, what they want is kind of a global government kind of thing.
there you go. Well, see, so the United Nations is already having a problem with Trump because he is anti that shit.
Well, have you looked at the school of thought of Hegelian dialectic?
I don't even know I never heard that term in my life.
Basically, the way they manipulate people, they use extremities on each end to basically push the people into accepting something extreme. So,
oh yeah, absolutely.
Basically, if they want, like, let's say they originally want to stop immigration, but people don't want to stop, you know, a large amount of immigration. What they'll do first is they'll go from, you know, restraining immigration a bit. They'll flip the policies and make it extremely open doors border, so people get angry about them being so many coming in. And then because the people are angry, they play off their emotions, and then they switch it back to the radical position at first. And then because there's that many people angry about the original problem, they'll accept such a radical thing where they'll say, right, we want no immigrants coming in now. Even though originally the people wouldn't have done that because the Hegelian dialectic didn't work that way. They weren't that radical because of the opposing view wasn't that radical, or what they've been living with wasn't that radical to them.
Yeah, let me. Okay, I understand what you just said, except for the very last thing. You said to make the people mad to where they didn't want any coming in. Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's just an example.
Okay, well okay, an example, because you know that's never going to happen. Not here.
Yeah, I'm just using an example to show my point. What they'll do is, let's say people want to restrict, you know, immigration by quite a lot originally, but the people over a large amount of people don't really want that overall. They'll basically do the opposite. They'll let even more people come in, like basically full door open borders. People get mad that there's that many coming in, but it radicalizes them in a way. And they basically, right, we need to stop them all coming in now fast. You know, there's too many coming in. So then they can, basically the people behind them in doing such a radical thing like that, when originally the people weren't that annoyed and playing off their emotions to want such a radical thing to happen.
What if that was the agenda here and now there's being a stop put to it?
Right, but I'm saying, what if basically it could be the opposite as well to what you think? They're making it radical, so
no, I think
it could be radical in either way. I'm not
sure.
Well,
exactly. So I'm going to have to go on the opposite side of the fence with that. In other words, and I know you were just giving me an example.
Yeah, I was just explaining the school of thought. I wasn't saying which side I think there is one. They're going to do one or the other, but they're using Hegelian dialectic, but I don't know which side. Are they going to make more coming into your country or less? I think they're making Trump do this so they can say, look how radical he is. He's banning all these Muslims and stuff. So then we say, right, we need to open the borders again, and we need to let loads in again. That's what I think they're going to do.
Right. Yeah, he never wanted to ban all Muslims. He was a guy that was very outspoken and not a polished politician. And I think during his rallies, he misspoke. And the media ran with that, Grizz. I remember one of the rallies where he misspoke, but he's never wanted to ban all Muslims. That's just a media talking point.
Right, but I was using an example again.
As an example, I got you. Yeah, man, I hear you. That's been going on forever and a day too. If they're trying to, I did study the overthrow of governments for quite some time years ago.
Oh, did you look at the Iran one in the 1970s?
No, but I did look at the overthrow of the government in the Philippines.
Basically, the Iran one, there was a guy called Shah. And basically, he'd got in. He was like basically working for the West, and he was helping them, and he was making them go the way he wanted to. He was quite secular and all that kind of stuff. And basically, he basically was helping propagate however the Western culture is or whatever. And basically, he got overthrown, and since then it's been the UN. Basically, since then, the America's not had, or the West in general, has not had much influence, with Iran, since the guy who they wanted in there was overthrown by the people. They got so annoyed at him that they overthrew him, and since then they've had, people who are puppets, and that's why they want to stop Iran doing all this kind of stuff, because they're not controlled to the same extent, because basically they don't have a puppet in government. Is a person for the people kind of thing.
Right. Do you know that the United Nations never had a division to take care of ISIS until Trump brought it up, and now they do?
No.
Right. The United Nations never updated, and they never had a division to do anything whatsoever about ISIS. Don't you find that insane?
Well, that's because they probably were helping ISIS.
No, well, I don't know that I agree with that, but
Don't mean helping as in literally, giving them money, even though countries like Turkey were. But
hell, man, they've gotten their equipment. Yeah, they've gotten their equipment and arms and all kinds of stuff from all kinds of categories of ways. Yeah, man, all the way down to corrupt funding. Absolutely, all that stuff is going on. But I don't know that I'll believe I'm not saying the United Nations, let me be clear on that. I'm not saying the United Nations does not work with allied countries to that they I don't know how deep they go into regime changes and blah blah. I don't know, what divisions they have, but I do know for a fact until Trump, because they started asking Trump during the election year, what do you think about the UN? And Trump said, I think it's outdated. I don't think all the countries are keeping their bills paid. And then he went one step further and he said, I'd also like to know why there's not a division to help the world fight ISIS. And why is there not a division there for that? And it wasn't 2 months after Trump said that on international media, all across the globe, they immediately created a division just for ISIS. So
what have they done since?
I don't know. I just know that, well, you got to remember, the division's just been created. So,
right, but it's all well and good saying they've set it up, but if they're not actually doing anything anyway, then it's kind of...
Well, you got to crawl before you can walk, when you create a brand new division, I'm sure it won't be like a well-oiled machine for quite some time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But, yeah, I found that astonishing. I mean, the inquiring mind wants to know. I didn't know that. And I'm thankful that we now have a division at the UN that's helping to take. But there's a lot of problems with the UN that I've always disagreed with on the other side of the fence. So just want to make that clear too. So I'm not a, United Nations fanatic by any means. But I am thankful that a new division's been created there to help fight ISIS.
I have got another example of Hegelian dialectic, by the way. Let's say they wanted the US to be quite liberal, right? originally they want the US. Let's say they want it even more liberal, you know, where you can, I don't know, abort babies all over the place. You know, you can do it when the baby's only like a week off, you know, the birth time or whatever. Let's say they want to make it even more like that, but the people aren't going to go that far. So what they need to do is they need to bring someone extreme on the other side, for example, Trump, who's quite conservative, or outwardly so, and then basically pushing all these things, you know, but like, you know, because he was saying stuff about, you know, women should be punished for abortion, all this kind of.
Well, once again, I was watching all that stuff pretty close during the election year. He misspoke, man. He was at see, these things get spun so easy, Grizz. He was at a town hall meeting and they asked him a question. His number one, you got to remember, he was never a polished politician. And these subject matters about Planned Parenthood and all that, they are extremely controversial. You've got one side of the tracks that thinks, you know, it's all about the woman's decision. And then you have people on the other side extremely saying never, no way, ever. You understand what I'm saying? Even with rape, they don't want the child to be killed. You understand? So I'm going to say, as far as my country, all that shit's already been going on, and the brakes are being held in all those categories. But I understand your example. But he misspoke at that town hall. I know exactly what you're talking about, and the media ran with that shit. I'm trying to remember the interviewer, but he misspoke, and he said at a later, right after that, I'm sorry, I misspoke. That's not what I meant. But they popped a question on him at a town hall meeting, and, you know, the most controversial subject out there, other than, well, immigration wouldn't even have been, just to let you know, Grizz, immigration would not even be dealt with if Trump didn't run for office. The other politicians were never going to bring it up. You know why? They've been telling us since the 80s that our borders were secure and closed, and there wasn't a problem at the border since the 80s.
Right.
Okay. So, but I did watch that when Trump misspoke on that, and he corrected himself. He misspoke on that, and he said he did. You know, because anybody that, you know, what he meant was, I'm trying to remember the way he corrected what he said, but he was asked that question like right now without it. There was no preparation for the categories that were going to be discussed at that town hall meeting or anything. And they just popped the damn most controversial question on him, and he misspoke. And he did correct him misspeaking. He stepped up to the plate and said, look, just to let you know, I misspoke, you know. What was in his mind when he misspoke? He doesn't want to make it easy for people to just have abortions all the time, just because, you know, it will hamper their life, and they can't run wild and fancy free and go out and screw everybody they want. You know what I'm saying? That's what he meant. But he did misspeak on that. I did see that. He misspoke quite a lot during the election year, man. I mean, he's just in your face kind of guy, you know. And but he did misspeak on that. I saw that. But that's not what he meant. And that's not what he's supporting either, just so you know. You know, policy-wise, he does not support anything like that at all. That was a misspoke, and the media ran with it and probably stomped it in every fucking country on the planet, you know, just like they're doing everything else. But no, he doesn't believe in punishing women just because they decide to have an abortion. Absolutely not. He misspoke. But yeah, man, it's interesting to talk about this stuff, Grizz, because I'm trying to kind of get up on it and see what I think, you know, kind of thing. I will tell you this. It is a known war tactic to arm the enemy to take care of your agenda and then take them out. Now that's been going on always.
Oh yeah, like when the USSR tried conquering Afghanistan, they armed the Taliban. So
The hell, even back Vietnam fighting with Castro and all that shit, man. We were arming the people we were going to have to fight with later. You know, even back then, I mean, and even before that, you know, so that's common practice. But I'll put it to you this way. I don't think this, let me say this without going too far. I don't think that's the agenda going on now.
what is it?
Well, ISIS has grown, as you know. The way that we were told by our former president Obama, he said they weren't nothing but a junior varsity team. He was telling all the American people that we didn't have anything to worry about. They were a small group of people and called them the junior varsity team. And now he's let them grow to, you know, done nothing. And now we're faced with a mess.
Right, and why do you think he did nothing?
Huh?
Why do you think he did nothing?
Well, I mean, literally compared to generals telling him what to do and that kind of thing, he never did what, you know, the people that have experience in those categories told him he should do along the way. I mean, there's a lot of people here that honestly believe fucking Obama was against America.
Well, if you go look back, basically, there's plenty of images of John McCain meeting with the ISIS founder al-Baghdadi. He was probably supplying ISIS with weapons since the beginning as well, because we know McCain does stuff like that. So why is he meeting the leader of ISIS a few years back?
Well, there you go. There, that might be your operation you're talking about. You talking about the Obama administration?
Well, I don't know. Whoever had McCain in a high role had him meeting al-Baghdadi. And he was the founder of ISIS and basically leading it in the early days. He still is now, but
well, McCain was
probably
McCain's been up there in the Obama administration, and he's
right. So they were funding ISIS, probably.
Hey, it doesn't surprise me, but
and that's why I say we're still helping them.
I think the world's a little leery of ISIS now. I think they've grown. You know what I mean? You got to understand too, Grizz, that ISIS is not just there. Do you know where one of the main training places for ISIS was?
Nope.
See, ISIS just ain't in Syria, dude.
Well, I know it's in Iraq, and I know it's in Egypt because it just blew up 2 Coptic Christian churches the other day and killed 44 people. So I know they're in there.
Is that where you think most of them are?
Well, I don't know where most are. I'm just saying I know that there are in the Sinai Peninsula. So basically, they're in Syria, Iraq. They're in the Sinai Peninsula, definitely, which borders Israel. They're in, I know there's some, apparently, in Afghanistan, but
I think they're a lot bigger than you and I know about, Grizz. That's what I think.
Right, because we help them.
Well, whoever, for whatever agenda, false flag, whatever. I'm just telling you what exists now, because one of the main training camps was in the mountains of the Philippines.
Well, I know that the Philippines has some violent Sunni minority kind of group that, you know, causes problems. Right. I know that one.
And just so you know, the new president in the Philippines don't like them worth a fuck. I can tell you that. So, I mean, he was the mayor of an area, and I know pretty much firsthand information about this. But the president over there now, damn it, what's the area called? Anyway, he was the mayor of this area that were loaded with heavy drug lords, heavy Muslims, Muslims that were trying to overtake the Filipino law and make it their law. And he put a stop to that fucking shit. Hardcore methods that would never be accepted in this country. But he got control of it, man, in hardcore methods. And that's why they elected him president over there, because nobody ever thought anything could be done with the region where he was. And he knocked its dick in the dirt. But the methods that he uses cannot be used here in my country. So I just thought I'd let you in on that, Grizz. I think, you know, it'd be hard for me to believe that we want to build up ISIS now for a false flag. Not, I'm talking about the United States only. I don't know what everybody else's agenda is, but I think it's gotten out of hand, and now it's, you know, let me put it to you this way. The salamander has now become King Kong. And you're going to have to take King Kong out.
Well, look, even Lysurge in chat said, backing me up on what I said. Yeah,
well, that's the last motherfucker on earth I'd listen to, Grizz. I don't even know why you're telling me what that dumb fuck is saying. I mean, that's the dumbest son of a bitch I ever talked to in my life. He's been in daddy's house his whole goddamn life. Why would I believe him?
But it doesn't matter, because he's right on this kind of stuff. I think he is anyway. He's saying that Obama was providing military equipment to the FSA. The FSA is the Free Syrian Army, which is trying to overthrow Assad. So the US has a clear agenda of trying to overthrow Assad, and Trump's carrying that on.
I can tell you right now, Trump does not like a fucking thing Obama was doing. Nothing.
Well, you can say that, but it's just wordplay. You know, I could run for president and say, I don't like anything Trump says. You know?
Well, okay, I'll run with it this much. I don't put anything past Obama administration. Nothing. Nothing.
So yeah, but you seem to think Trump's like basically can do no wrong. You know, I don't know why, but
that's your words, not mine.
Well, it might be my words, but that's the kind of like thing you're saying, because you defend him at every corner. I've not heard you.
I will defend him for what he's doing. I will defend him for what he's doing here for my country in a fucking New York minute. I know exactly what he's doing here.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's pretty obvious, going by what he did in Syria, that he's carrying on the agenda to overthrow Assad, and you said no.
With your theory in your mind, he is, but I don't know what's going on over there. I
know it's a fact.
Yeah, but I've already told you I don't know what's going on over there or what the agendas are. I'm telling you, I believe in what he's doing here is what my statement was. And I do support him for all the things he's doing here. It's fucking out of control here too, Grizz. Don't ever forget that. Us civilians like me and you, we didn't even know what was going on. Right? Huh?
I said right.
Yeah, I mean, did you know what, operations were going on? I didn't. You didn't. And here we have a fucking mess.
Oh,
but
I've got some ideas now, but I didn't.
Okay. Well, maybe it's best said like this. Whoever the fuck Trump is, he's doing what I want done in this country.
Right, but just because he's doing what you want done doesn't mean it's right, and doesn't mean that he doesn't have an agenda.
He's doing what the American people elected him to do. He's
Right.
doing his job.
Right, but I was speaking about Syria then. I wasn't even speaking about the U.S. at home.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, you started talking about, I think he can do no wrong. I didn't say that.
Well, that's because you've defended him over the Syria stuff as well, seemingly.
I think I've been perfectly clear talking to you about Syria that I don't know what's going on. But I do think
maybe I misinterpreted it, but it came across from you questioning him that you was trying to, I don't know, support him in some way.
Oh, I do support the airstrip attack. I do support that.
Right, but I'm saying,
you know why? You know why I support that? Without even knowing what's going on, I support the airstrike attack with the 59.
So you support an attack on a sovereign nation?
That's
like the US just randomly divided.
Hear me out. Hear me out. So here's the only thing that I have determined about anything over there so far. I totally support those 59 missiles. You know why?
What's that?
Because I don't give a fuck if Russia's over there helping Assad or whatever his agenda is, or the chemicals supposedly supposed to not be there. It's a goddamn mess. And it's about time to shake up the fucking mix a little bit and fucking get something done.
What, by
Weren't they
bombing a
gassing,
sovereign
like,
nation?
weren't they gassing like women and children?
Right.
I mean, shouldn't
Well,
we stick
Grizz's,
up for them?
right.
I mean,
Grizz's standpoint is that the reports that you and I are probably getting here, yes, Nia, he's not agreeing with the reports that it came from Assad. He's saying that it could have been the U.S. or Russia trying to do their agenda, or the fucking a rebel group for all. That's Grizz's take on it.
oh, I see.
No, it's
You-
not
you-
sad.
In other words, he thinks the false flag operation's going on, and I'm sure there's probably more than one false flag operation going on. I'm going to say there's already 4 possible false flag operations going on in one region. So it's not just one. It's not just a false flag operation from the United States. The way I'm seeing it is, if I run with Grizz's theories and the way he thinks, I see a possible 4 different false flag operations going on right off the bat. So, who knows what, is really going on. And, it's like I told Grizz when we started talking. But back to the Trump thing, I do support what he's doing here, Grizz. What's going on with the intelligence agencies and what they're informing him of that me and you don't have a fucking clue about, and we never will until it's declassified, unless there's a leaker or Julian Assange from WikiLeaks fucking hacks in and finds out what it is. Then I'm telling you and myself, we don't have a fucking clue. We can dream all day long from the fucked up media resources all we want to, but
I'll believe Trump's legitimate when he does something about the CIA. JFK said that he wanted to shatter the CIA into a million pieces, and that's why he was killed. Trump seemingly supports the CIA.
That's not the history I know about Trump. See, there again, we differ there too, because some of his best friends have been the people that were busting that apart. The fake warrant commission. Oh, and I almost brought up JFK a little bit ago. We were talking about something that had directly. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, let's talk about that a minute. Let's talk about JFK, because I know quite a bit about that nowadays. So do you still think, fuck, brain fart. So who do you think shot JFK?
Not sure who shot him, but I know that the motive behind it, he wasn't just some random guy who hated JFK. Probably something to do with the CIA.
They were all in bed with one another. There were multiple agendas why JFK got shot.
Right, but I'm saying one of the most important things that he said was he wanted to splinter the CIA into a million pieces.
Oh, he was going after the mafia. He was shutting down all the Asian ports. He was pulling all the troops out from over there, fucking with Castro. He was doing all kinds of shit. There wasn't anybody that did not want JFK assassinated. No one. The mafia was in bed. The mafia was in bed with the CIA. I mean, how dirty does it get? Dulles is the one that set all that shit up for the mafia to work with the CIA.
So it's still linking into the CIA anyway, which is my main point. You can't touch the CIA.
You can't touch
mess
them.
with what they're doing. Most of the drugs that are coming in, most of the drug lords in the Mexico that are letting all the drugs come through are working for the CIA too. It's controlled supply. They make money off that.
Oh, it's a lot more corrupt than you know about. I can tell you that. And I can also tell you that you'll never fucking trace a damn thing back to the CIA. You know why?
Why is that?
When they get their money to function, it's non-traceable money, so they can have plausible deniability. You know what plausible deniability is, right?
Oh, yeah. It's basically where they literally do not know what happened with it or something, or no evidence of it. More plausible deniability is where they literally do not know where the money is, so they couldn't say anyway, or whatever. Unless you use the wrong word, unless you don't mean that.
So even if they, right, and just to make kind of a blanket statement about it, whether they know what the operation that's getting ready to be done is or not, there's no way for anybody to trace anything anyway. So I'm just saying, you know, I've been too close. Now, those are subjects that I know fairly well there, but I know nothing about what's going on in Syria. And I'll just say it. That's why I'm on here trying to kind of get up on it tonight. I'm always curious because where my life has been, you know, I'm always interested in these things, even though I have to carry on a totally different lifestyle nowadays. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
On family and real estate, not fucking conspiracies and what the CIA is doing and why did they kill Jay. You know, I just had the phase of life I'm in now. I'm basically on the tail end of that stuff. In other words, there ain't nothing I can do about it.
Yeah, well, Uncle Mace brought up a good point. He said that Donald Trump campaigned on a platform of no war with Syria, and he basically painted Hillary, who wanted to go after Syria, as some kind of warmonger, and basically Trump's doing that now. He's going after Syria.
Well, see, you're repeating what Uncle's saying. I would need to look into that before I could have an opinion on even.
Well, I actually remember what he said. He was trying to paint Hillary as a warmonger because I actually remember that because she wanted to go after Assad.
Okay, well, I do remember that topic, but I don't know specifically, you know, if Trump was, in other words, I need to know more about that. I can't elaborate on that. I mean, you know me, Grizz, I'll tell you right up front, I don't know a fucking thing about it, and I'll talk with you all night long to try to figure out myself what's going on. But, you know, I know you don't like Trump, and I think I know a lot of reasons why, but let me tell you what's really been going on in the U.S. Just so, and you know, you don't have to believe me.
Why don't I like Trump then? Why do you think I don't like Trump?
Say again.
Why do you think I don't like Trump then?
Well, let me go to my topic. I was getting ready. No, I'm just saying you have expressed several times over that you don't really like Trump, right?
That's because I don't trust him. I don't think he's legitimate. I don't think he's, you know, a legitimate person. I think he's Jesuit controlled.
Well, you need to know. You need to meet the other politicians in America then.
Right, but they're all corrupt. The president's either elected or diselected, so he's in bed with him just as much as Obama.
Let me tell you what I'm sure that Trump is. I'm sure he's a nationalist, and I'm sure he wants this sovereign nation back. I'm sure of that. Okay. I'm sure about the stances that he's taken on the problems here. I am sure of that because it's already happening. Action speaks louder than words. I know what's being done right now as far as immigration here, and it's happening as we speak. If it gets into the foreign stuff going on, I have not been staying up on those topics. So I don't know. That's foreign interest, and that's I was more. I'm able to focus a little bit more on that now because I feel like some things are being handled. But I was more worried about what the fuck was going on here than anywhere else. To be quite, and I'm not trying to be arrogant about it. I'm just saying, truthfully, shit is out of fucking whack here, Grizz. And you said something earlier, and I didn't get a chance to reply. When you were talking about what were those two words that you told me? You asked me if I knew what that meant. What was it again?
I can't really remember what was it to do with?
There were two words you asked me, and then you gave me an example. What was that?
Hegelian dialectic.
Right. Well, so, I mean, I could go into so many different categories, but just to make a long story short, I've been focused on the problems here. And my feeling is that all the things that you were giving examples of, you know, in other words, if they want a society to think one way, then they'll get somebody in there that's way over on the other side. Well, guess what? The reason everything's out of control here now is because it has been way over on the other side. and we're trying to bring it back to the middle.
Right, but it could be that they're using Trump to make it more radical, and then they can say, right, we need more
Okay, here's
radical
my
liberalism.
here's my
Fritz,
opinion.
what do you consider radical? I mean, do you consider people believing
Well,
pro-life
well,
is radical? Do
basically,
you believing in God is radical? I mean, because just
radical
simply
is
because Trump believes that, you know, Catholics are okay doesn't mean that he's wrong. It's just how
uh,
he feels about it. Everybody has the right to have an opinion, right?
Right.
Like me
radical
having
is
opinions.
basically the internal opposition to the former government. So comparing the Trump administration to Obama administration, they are radically different. And if they brought in another
Right.
liberal government after Trump, let's say, I don't know, Obama 2.0, that would be a radical government as well.
Okay, on that one subject right there, that's where you and I are on totally opposite sides of the fence. Let me tell you my side. My side is this. Damn it, I don't want to keep having these brain farts because I want to say it clearly. You know, the only thing that's causing division in this country right now, Grizz, it ain't Trump's administration. It's that we're trying to put a stop to the things that have been out of control for so long. And you want to know who's really creating the diversity here with this nation right now? Guess who? The fucking media.
Yes.
With their lies and their spin jobs every fucking day of the week and twice on Sunday. I hear the lies every day, trying to create racial divide and all of these things. It's not the Trump administration doing that.
You've
The
misunderstood
media
what I was
is
saying.
doing it. No, well, you got to follow. There's an old saying, follow the money. And when you find out who funds these media groups and who they really are, you'll see why they're doing it.
Well, you still
They're the ones.
what I said.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Grizz.
I'm just saying you still kind of misunderstood what I was implying.
Well, no, I understood what you said, but you know, that's my take on that. In other words, Trump's opposite views on what's been going on here is not causing the separation or diversity or the division of this nation. It's the media doing it.
I never said it was just Trump.
Oh, okay.
So
Well, yeah.
I've misunderstood.
Okay. But that's my take on that. And that, anytime you put a stop to something when somebody's, okay, well, let's just take Mexico. So Mexico's people's been flooding over here for years and years and years and years and years and years. And I won't get off into all the different categories and reasons why that's so unfair for even other countries, okay? But when you finally step up to the plate and you tell Mexico no more, they fucking blame you. They blame us.
Yeah.
They blame us for their cartels bringing drugs across the border. And I don't want to hear about the CIA stuff right now. I know what they do too, Grizz, just so you know. I know all about them and the drug world. But I'm saying what's coming through the border from the cartels, the border only. Anytime you step up to the plate to stop a bunch of shit that's fucked up and wrong and corruption, you're going to get massive opposition every time. But it takes somebody with a big set of balls to fucking step up and do the right thing, whether it causes opposition or not. In other words, I've been pissed at Mexico's government for a long time. Their country is fucking whacked. Study their country. Let a fucking American try to go into their country and they'll get a fucking bullet in their fucking head. Okay? So, I mean, you know, and the stories go on and on forever and a day. But as soon as you step up and tell the Mexican government, hey, how about controlling your border a little bit with your people coming over here? Because it's flooding our economy. And just from an economic standpoint, we can't handle it, man. Okay? They want to blame us. Now, how fucked up is that? And then fucking Vicente Fox, the ex-president of Mexico, gets on fucking national TV and goes, we will never pay for that fucking wall. That's a government telling you we've been getting away with murder. We got you manufacturing, and our people are flooding your goddamn country while they send their money back here to Mexico, and we're happy as hell with what we're doing. And then as soon as you try to put a stop to the corruption, you got all this opposition like we're doing something wrong. You see. So anyway, that's my take on those subject matters, you know. And not to say I'm right about a fucking thing, but evidently about half of America felt the same way I do, you know, with what they're dealing with in their everyday lives. It ain't from the media. He got all those votes because it's really happening, Grizz, you know, it's reality. It's not just media spin jobs. The American people are putting up with this stuff and have been since the 80s, just so you know. And it ain't just Obama administration that's been lying to us. It was Bush's administration too.
How do you know it's not going to be Trump's?
Huh?
How do you know it's not going to be Trump's?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Grizz.
How do you know it's not going to be Trump's?
We're talking about, like, you know, the border and the, you know, immigration, drug cartels, drugs coming through the border right now.
All right. I thought you meant overall.
Well, no, I'm not talking about overall, man. Hey, history will tell itself. I'm saying what he's doing right now. He's stepped up to the plate. I mean, who else was going to do it, Grizz, for the American people? Who else was going to try to put a stop to this shit? Hillary? Bernie? You know what I mean? I mean, you gotta, it's kind of like this, Chris. I can look on the internet all day long and study my wife's country. She's from an island in the Philippines, okay? I can study on this motherfucker all day long and think I got it figured out. And then when I go there, I get a new awakening. And that actually happened, by the way. So I got a whole new awakening to the entire culture and what's going on the ground in the Philippines when I spent a lot of time in Asia.
Right.
So don't ever forget that either. So, you know, remember earlier when I was telling you that if I was writing a book, I wouldn't go to any of the resources that you and I are trying to, you know, determine what's really going on, say, in Syria, because I know that those are not reliable resources.
Right, but some are blatantly more reliable than others.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. That's true. But if I was trying to be an accurate nonfiction writer of a book about what's going on in Syria, you know, I would not go to any of these resources that you and I are discussing. You know, that's just not how you get the truth. So.
I'm saying you'll get more truth in some reports than others. It doesn't matter if it's not 100% truth. You know, you can still build up a pretty easy idea of what's going on based on not 100% accurate information.
Keeping it to just Syria, here's my opinion up to this point in a nutshell. Too many things going on to really know what everybody's agenda is. That's my final analysis of that. Man, it's just my opinion. There's just too much going on to really know. I can see 4 possible false flags going on there. I could say the rebels have a false flag going on, Assad's got one going on, Russia's got one, and so does the U.S. And I'm going to tell you what, I don't put it past having 4 false flag operations going on and everything blowing up in everybody's face.
Oops.
But anyway, it's complex, man. It's very complex what's going on over there. To look at it from a civilian standpoint and dig on the internet just ain't going to tell you everything. It's just not. But history will tell us, you know, in 10 years, if we talk again, you know, we'll say, hey, you remember when we was on Armando Vargas Live talking about that shit in Syria? Well, golly, man, I can remember thinking this, but here's what the fuck really happened, you know? So, I mean, history will tell us some of this stuff.
Right, but you can say history can tell you that, but history is written by the winners. So, it can easily just be manipulated as well, and that's even less true than the information we're getting now.
Did you say history was determined by?
History is written by the winners. If not, the Nazis had won World War II, we'd have a completely different historical bias on what happened.
I disagree.
Would not be true.
I disagree. One talking point.
Really?
Well, I'll tell you why I disagree with that one. Every president that leaves office opens up a fucking library, and they tell their own fucking story, how they want history to be written on their presidency. You think I believe that fucking dog shit? Fucking Bush has got his library. Fucking Obama's working on his fucking library right now. They're trying to rewrite history the way they want it to read. You think I believe that fucking dog shit, David and Goliath bullshit? I mean, come on, man. We got to grow up and pull up our pants and look at this shit the way it is. I don't believe those fucking libraries and that bullshit. That's not true history. So the winners do not dictate history. They might try to distort it, but they don't dictate the truth of history. Whether they won or whether they lost, it can still be distorted if you catch my drift on that.
Well, I kind of disagree, because it will be pretty easy for the Nazis to, push their kind of view on what happened if they'd won, and it would be accepted by a majority of the population.
Right. Let me tell you that. Let me tell you this way, as silly as it will sound. When I was in school, they taught me Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492 and discovered America. That was a goddamn fucking lie. And they taught it in every fucking history class here in America. Okay? So you see that the winners, so that you're telling, so with that statement though, that would mean the winner was whoever wrote the books and said that Columbus first discovered America when he sailed the ocean blue in 1492.
Right, but even then, you're only using one example.
Well, of course, it's all I know to do is use examples. I'm just saying winners, you would think that the winners of who was writing that history, okay, that was accurate, and it's not. There were already Indians and shit here in America. Columbus didn't discover America, but that's what they taught us all in school.
But that was my point anyway. It's distorted and not true by the winners. I don't understand what you're saying.
Oh, so you and I are saying the same thing. Okay, I got you. Yeah, we're saying the same thing, man.
If you're
exactly.
Say that winners are distorting the truth as well as they could tell the truth, and they could just as easily distort it, then we are.
Right. Oh, I thought you made the statement that winners write the history.
No.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood you. What's up, Seven, man? You a good-looking boy. How's everything?
Hey,
you getting ready to go? You got all that shit right with the embassy yet?
You won't believe me. I'm in front of the embassy waiting for it to open.
I've been through every bit of that stuff. I know exactly what you're having to deal with.
It sucks, man. It sucks,
That ain't nothing, man. When I was trying to bring a family member over here, they had to go back to the fucking embassy 3 fucking times because I's weren't dotted right and T's weren't crossed. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. But hey, just stay calm, work through it, do what they tell you.
Yeah, staying calm is the key,
That's right. Just stay calm and it'll all work out, I promise.
He said, come on next Monday, and here's the next Monday I came.
They'll tell you to come back the following Monday that you didn't bring them that you needed to bring, right?
No, it was just a problem with the form. He said he just said, your handwriting is like that and things. I said, okay, give me another form. I filled it. He said, this is not right and things. You should use this one. You should use that one. And
absolutely, if they can't read it, that's a good enough reason to have to redo it. I'm telling you, it's all left up to the consulate that is handling your case.
Yeah, actually, the thing is that I could do it on Tuesday, on Wednesday, on Thursday, but he said come on next Monday.
Right.
That was a little bit awkward to me, but he said, we have a special day, okay, for this, and the special day consists of 2 hours.
Right.
And the thing is that they should do it on, like, normal days, but he said, come on this day. I said, well, okay, because a lot of people do it like on Wednesday, on Thursday. It's not a problem, it's what embassy does.
Right.
But yeah, said, come on, money. Well, I'm here. I'm here, waiting for the consul to come, and then gonna get into embassy.
Good for
Have you
you.
have you
Seven.
have you heard about it, like this Putin things? Putin and Iran and yeah, just Putin and Iran warning America. Have you heard about it?
Well, it's developing as we speak.
Yeah,
That's, no,
it is developing. Yeah,
no,
you're right.
I was trying to watch stuff today to kind of get up on what Grizz and I were talking about the other night, but it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me that for them to say America messed up, but then I was on Al Jazeera today and watching them, and the other countries are saying they think America did right, so who fucking knows? You know what I mean?
These days America is the winner. You were mentioning this word before, so I'm using it again. So the countries like Saudi Arabia, they have got business with them.
Saudi Arabia has always had their corrupt fingers in everything.
Yeah, and then because you have got like the American government, they've got like some kind of business with them, so they're cool people. But the thing is that the others, because they don't have such relations with America, they're like bad people. The news and all the media is about this. They're not
Right.
telling
Right.
they're not telling the truth.
Exactly. Hey, Seven, don't ever underestimate the media's ability to conquer and divide,
Yeah,
because that's their whole fucking agenda nowadays.
exactly.
So, hey, I'm going to put it to you this way. I'm not going to hate Grizz in the UK. I'm not going to hate Seven in Belarus. I'm not going to hate a fucking soul until I see a fucking reason myself.
Exactly.
And that's the way I handle it. And I've been around all people of all cultures my entire life. I've worked with people with towels around their fucking head, Muslims every fucking day, and they were good people. So, don't fuck the media. They're the fucking enemy of the entire fucking planet is the way I see it nowadays.
Yeah.
They'll cause more goddamn problems on the planet than anybody else.
Yeah, you're right about it. Yeah.
They'll have me and Grizz arguing about shit because they're fucking reporting false fucking shit.
Exactly.
I'm telling you, man, they're corrupt as hell. And that goes for both left, right, fucking up, down, bottom, whatever. They're just if you follow the money, you can clearly see where the corruption comes from too. So
I know it actually affects, like, I don't know how to call it, like wisdom of the crowd, we can call it. It affects it like shit, it's like huge. And when people start to think, yeah, well, because they have no information, they don't know where the hell that is, they don't even know where the hell that country is located. They don't even know that.
Right. And I'll tell you something, Seven. This is a real wide blanket statement, but I'll just say it. Anybody who tries to initiate America's, I'm just going to make these words, even though I really should say it a little better. Don't hold me to the words like democracy if I say that. I mean, so I don't think, let me say it a different way. I don't think it's right for the U.S. to go over to the Middle East and get them to live by the values that we live here in America. You should honor and sponsor each culture and leave them be. So I will say right now, America fucked up over there. They created a vacuum and everything else. I mean, I know all about it, but I'm just telling you, I'm a firm believer.
This is just conquering the world. This culture that you're talking about is just conquering all the world.
Right.
Here in Belarus. Okay, here in Belarus, I'm seeing that they're like you know, they're idealizing America. Okay, and I know that America is not what they're idealizing, and I know that, you know, they're like saying, oh, cool, cool, America like that, America like this, cool, cool. And the thing is that they are all underestimating themselves, okay, and it causes, you know, the lack of confidence
Right.
in them. And then when you approach them, they think that they are garbage, okay, especially when you speak English. Like I say like, hey lady, do you speak English? And then they're like, you know, oh, a little bit. And then they start talking and think, oh, like, where are you from? And like, you speak English, this is that, like. And the thing
Well,
is that I'm
welcome
telling
to.
you, Americans here, like, you know, are the complete idealization, you know, it's just heroism.
I know, man.
Heroism.
Let me tell you something that upset me the other day, Seven. I was on Petra Miller's stream and I was listening to a radio commercial myself and getting bored. Let me say it real quick. What I heard the radio stations reporting over there is not at all what's going on, and it made me mad as a motherfucker. I got mad as hell when I heard that damn news when a commercial came on in between the songs. You should have heard what they were telling, like the UK and wherever Petra's at. The spin job on that media reporting over there astonished me. And I was like, those lying son of a bitches, you know? So I'm telling you, man, believe nothing you hear and half of what you see. That's the way I live my life. Believe nothing you hear and half of what you see.
Yeah, that's right.
The media's I don't care what.
Exactly.
I don't care who it is. Fox, CNN, MSN, all of them. I'm telling you, man, I try to seek the truth. That's what I try to do. And I'm not always correct. A lot of times I'm way off base, but you can't listen to them, man, or you'll run with bullshit. Hell, I can't even pull up anything on fucking Wikipedia and believe it anymore. I've seen false shit all on Wikipedia.
You know, the thing is that I don't see any reason. I don't see any reason to underestimate, you know, any kind of nation or culture and things. And you know, this old nationalistic ideas, when they come to this shit, it's like even more shitty than it were before. You know, it was before. It's like
Right.
they're like we're from here, we're from like this, we're that, we're that. You know, this
Yeah.
nationalist ideas, they're like the poison. You know,
Right.
this kind of ideas separated like Europe. You know, I don't know when was it? It was 16th century, 17th century. I don't recall it, but yeah, it was like Europe was unified and science and philosophy was evolving, and then fucking nationalists came like, oh, we're from this land, this is our land, this is like this is. They were all unified by Latin language. Everyone could speak Latin, and it was, you know, that's
Right.
the thing that we must all have in our, you know, in our international society. You know,
Right. Right.
wherever you're from, as long as you're a human, then, you know, as long as you're behaving like a human, then you're
Right.
respectful, no matter where you're from, no matter what. Like,
You know what, man? I'll tell you, it's in a lot. Well, it's a curse in some ways, and it's a blessing in another. Like this internet, you know, like just like us talking right here, right now. I'll tell you what I get from it. Me, Grizz, you, Mando, Richard over in Thailand. Hey, man, we're just regular, everyday people. We don't have no control what these fucking corrupt governments do and the lies that the media spews to everybody. I mean, most of the time we don't even know what's going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
And as long as you remember that there's civilian life, now the media may try to get one culture hating another, you know, and that's what I rebuke. You know, you're not going to make, in other words, you can tell me all the negative shit you want to about the Philippines, but they treated me like gold when I was there. Okay. So, you know, And they may try to make them hate America, but hey, I think if you come in your neighborhoods and in civilian life, you'll clearly see we're just everyday people here. We don't know what's going on with the control and power of the world and the countries and the false agendas and false flag. Fuck, man, we're just everyday people trying to make a living and feed our families. You know? So
Yeah,
anyway,
exactly.
I that's just the way I live my life, and that's that. I don't hold a damn thing against Grizz for his viewpoints or what, you know, his information sources and what he thinks. Fuck, man, that's what makes things good, is having opposing views. But I know right now, if I went over there, me and Grizz could go out and eat a damn bite of dinner and drink a fucking beer and probably be friends. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
With anyone pretty much, like Ronan and stuff, even though we probably.
Where's Ronan? Where's Ronan?
I hadn't seen Ronan. He says he's been helping, like something, got a new house, and they've been asking him to help a lot over there. And then another family member heard that he helped over there and wanted them to help him on his house too, or something like that. But that's just like Ronan, man. Me and him's gone at it in here like cats and dogs. And I can tell you right now, if I went to Texas, I guarantee you we could go out, leave religion behind, and go out and have a lot in common and get along perfect, man. You know, because he plays music, I play music. Well, he rides a bicycle. I can ride a bicycle again. You know, but I'm just saying, you know, you know what I'm saying? I mean, we could go out and go fishing or what. I'm just saying, man, you got to always remember, in every country, look at all those victims of all that war going on in Syria. Those fucking people didn't do anything to anybody. They don't even know what's going on. They just know that their fucking family members are dead and all of that stuff, man. It's terrible, Bubba.
Yeah, man. And the thing is that we all are casualties of this war, you know?
We are. That's a good way to put it.
We are
That's
all casualties.
Yes, we are.
Because they are teaching us. They are teaching us to hate each other. With no reason.
Well, they're trying to brainwash us, but it's not going to work. There'll always be evil in the world, and there'll always be good too. But the good outweighs the evil, man. You know. But I don't think me and LaSurge could go out and have a beer. I'd want them to kick that motherfucker's ass. But anyway, nah, man. LaSurge is okay. He's got his views too, man. But we can probably go eat a hamburger and get along fine, you know.
I'm in a park, okay, and my battery is dying. I'm gonna show you the park, and I'm gonna go, okay?
Okay, 7.
All right, I'm heading off for a bit too. Gotta eat.
Me too, Grizz. I'm gonna leave
And
right
that's
after
the
I
Ukraine
watch
embassy,
this right
by the
here.
way.
I gotta go to the store. Wow, nice, man. Hey, where?
That's the fucking embassy, man. You see there.
Hey, okay, 7. Do me a favor. They got security cameras there. Cut that thing off. Cut your phone off, man. They're real weird around the embassies. Trust me. But I appreciate you showing that. That is interesting. It's very nice around that embassy right there. Right? You there, 7? 7.
He's being assassinated for having his phone
I was getting ready to say, oh shit, man.
You warned him. He was too slow.
I'm just going to tell you, they're real funny, man. With people like trying to film the building and stuff. I'm serious too, man. They're funny as hell about that.
Yeah.
You okay, 7? 7.
Nah, he's dropped out his connection. He won't be here.
That you talking about coincidence, man. That was weird. You know, right when I said something to him, all of a sudden, lock.
Right, I'm heading off myself as well, buddy. They'll see you later at So about
Okay, Grizz, man. I'll see you later, man.
yeah, see you.
All right, man.